This is New York. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world, or good morning. Welcome back to JFK. Welcome on this beautiful Saturday afternoon here at the Bay. What a fantastic day. And guess what we have today? We have southern winds and we have 2-2 operations. 2-2 landings and 2-2 takeoffs. What a perfect day. If memory serves me right, we never have had so far 2-2 right takeoffs on camera. So that's going to be the first time we're going to cover not just 2-2 landings, what we did last week, right? We also cover today 2-2 right takeoffs. Awesome day. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome to Planes and Friends. If you're new here, please leave a like and a subscribe. And let's have a fantastic afternoon of plane spotting. Let's cover a lot of European traffic. That's going to come in about, I would say, 2.5 hours. We expect the first European flights to come in, but also then a lot of takeoffs. So there's a lot of action here today. A jam-packed day full of action here with Planes and Friends. And who do we have on the channel, on the chat yet? We have Sarah. Good afternoon, Sarah, or good evening. We have Becky. Hey, good afternoon, Becky. How are you doing? And we have Tammy Adams back. Good afternoon, Tammy. How are you all doing? So we are back at JFK, right? So spring is here, finally. But also allergy season is here. It is what it is, right? So I popped 2 Claritin before I came here to keep the allergy under control. But it's absolutely beautiful, and I'm so happy to be back here on this fantastic location in New York to cover Kennedy Airport operations. It's absolutely fantastic. Spring. I was basically hibernating, right, the entire late fall and winter season. It was simply too cold, right? So nothing really, at least not for me. It wasn't my weather, it wasn't my climate, so I flew down to Miami 2 times to at least get a little bit of live streaming going and to follow and to join the hobby. So guess what? We are back in New York. Fantastic. My home airport. Is it chilly at JFK? Tammy, no, it's actually not. It's beautiful. I'm out here with a t-shirt. It's fantastic. We have southern winds. It is a perfect day. A little bit of a breeze, a very slight breeze. So you can stand outside in a t-shirt by the water. It's absolutely beautiful. It can stay like this for the entire year. It can stay like this for the entire year. All right. Okay, we have another takeoff. To right takeoffs. Today the first time on this channel. Last year we weren't lucky enough to cover in a live stream to right takeoffs. And we have Robbie. Hey Robbie, welcome to Planes and Friends. Already see a nice tail sitting on the ramp. It is the Etihad big boy, the 380. We'll see the 380 departing right in front of our cameras. How cool is that? And also we see Uzbekistan Airways with a 787-8 Dreamliner getting ready for the flight back to Tashkent. And we have Udo from Live Moments. Welcome back, Udo. Welcome to Planes and Friends. Welcome to 2 to right takeoffs here today from JFK Airport. Good evening to you, I guess. Let me see what we have on approach. We have next arrival. We have KLM. No, we have Delta. We have Delta flight 49 from Amsterdam. This is why I just said KLM. It's Delta. With a 330-900 Neo. Awesome. That's a 7 hours and 30 minutes flight from Amsterdam in Europe. So we actually see the first arrivals from Europe. We'll be here in just a few seconds. I think we have the water coming in. Also, we expect high tide, but cameras and equipment is safe. We are a little bit on an elevated platform, so nothing to worry. Nothing to worry here. Becky is watching us from the UK. Evening hours there. 5 hours plus. 7 o'clock your time, Becky? 7 p.m. Delta Airlines flight 49, 330-900 Neo service from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. an Atlas Queen taxiing up here. 747 on the way to runway 22 right, and that's Atlas, a flight to Charleston. Let's go over. Let's have a look. There she is, Atlas Air 747-400, flight to Charleston in is it South Carolina? Charlotte is in North Carolina. That's what I know. Charleston might be South Carolina. There she goes. And we have another heavy coming in, number 2 for landing, Lufti from Frankfurt in Germany. Lufthansa flight 400 with a 747-400 in just about 2 minutes coming in. So another big boy on the way. Yeah, Udo, the same here. Rain would be great, especially for the people with allergies. Rain would be great to wash away all the pollen stuff. It would be really highly appreciated. So I'm waiting for rain here as well, and it's gonna start raining tonight. So I was checking the weather report before I came here, and the good news is it's gonna stay dry until, I would say, around 9 o'clock, 9 p.m. We'll be long gone by then. We're planning to push towards the 6 o'clock hour, 6 p.m. here in New York. That would be 11 o'clock for you guys in the UK. It would be midnight for you guys in Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Spain, wherever you're watching us. This is the plan for today. So around 6 hours of plane spotting. This is the plan for today. The park here closes at 7:30. And I need to be out latest at 7 o'clock because I need to pack all my stuff. It's quite some equipment. So let's see. And we have another takeoff. And it was JetBlue with a 320. And we want to have a look. We want to have an eye out for Lufti 747-400 on approach, on final approach, but we also have Atlas Air 747-400 getting ready for takeoff. And then we have a few really nice takeoffs. We have M&G Airlines A330-300 getting ready for takeoff on the way to Istanbul. And behind we have the Atlas Queen 747-400. In a second I go over to the and then we have Uzbekistan getting ready. So lots of action, and let's go over and catch Lufty. Here she comes, 747-400, flight from Frankfurt in Germany. We have MNG 330-300 on a takeoff roll. Back-to-back action here in New York. Next takeoff, Atlas 747-400. Here she comes. This is New York. This is Kennedy Airport. Welcome to this live stream. Back-to-back action, and we have another takeoff. Uzbekistan Airways 787-8 Dreamliner. In just a few seconds, here she comes. All right, that was awesome. And we have another wide body getting ready for takeoff. That's going to be Air India 777-300, service to Mumbai. And yes, Sarah, we saw yesterday the global Airbus A380 landing in Berlin from Barcelona. Fantastic. I saw the live stream from Thomas from our partner channel Fluggesellschaft. What a fantastic live stream. Lots of people witnessing that event in Berlin, Germany. Global Airlines A380, and this month, I have to look up the exact dates, but this month Global Airlines is gonna fly from Glasgow to JFK on their inaugural transatlantic flight. Let's see if I can take off a day off to cover it. Usually these are not weekend flights, so it's a little bit more challenging for me. But let's see. This is Delta from London Heathrow, 767-400. That was Delta 767-400. By the way, only 3 operators in the world with a 767-400. Can you name them? The 3 operators of the 767-400? Yeah, not 2, they're 3. And we have Air India taken off to Mumbai, 777-300. And Angasara says, I always believed that he would come. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were mentioning the 767-400 question. And we have a 22 right, a long landing. Hello, Bark. I love it. That is Shamrock, Aer Lingus. That's the great thing, guys. When they land on 22 right, sometimes they also land on 22 right. 22 right is usually a takeoff runway, but a few planes, you know, they get the okay to land there when it makes sense, when they can save some taxi time, because they don't have to cross then from 22 left, runway 22 right, so they can, like this one, like this Aer Lingus, can go straight to the gate. They don't have to wait for takeoff or landing traffic, right? And sometimes they also then have a little bit of a longer landing, what is really great, so they come closer to our cameras. So this was Aer Lingus Flight 105 from Dublin in beautiful Ireland. And our next takeoff will be a widebody Asiana flight 221 to Seoul on a 350-900 in just a few seconds. And there she comes, take off. See here the next big boy, but this one is gonna be number 3 for takeoff. We are seeing right now an Embraer 175 on a takeoff roll. The next takeoff is gonna be Cape Air, a prop. A prop. That's Cape Air Flight 8 with a Cessna 402. This thing is so small. I need to find it. I think. Yeah, this thing is, I don't know, it's too far away. I can't see it. If you can see it, we're gonna take the next one. We gotta focus on the big ones. These 402s, they are actually a part of the essential flights in the US. So we have across the entire country, we have some routes that are supported by the government. They are called essential routes. And we have some routes here from JFK to upstate New York, for instance, with the Cessna 402 from Cape Air. That's an interesting fact. All right, next takeoff, 777-300 Turkish Airlines Flight 4 with service to Istanbul. Already lined up on runway 22 right. And starting the takeoff roll in just a few seconds. Whilst we have here another interesting inbound, ITA. Hello, ITA. 330-900, Jens' favorite aircraft. Yeah. It's hard to not fill my favorite airline with my favorite livery, but I want to stay real quick on the 777 on the 300, which should take it off any second. You know what? I take a little bit longer because another aircraft has to cross the runway. Let's go real quick. ITA 330-900. I cannot miss that one. I can't miss that one. It looks like we have another quad jet sitting on the ILS for 22 left. Another 747-8 from Cargolux, flight from Miami, and now 777 takeoff. That was Turkish, and we just have Cargolux 747-8, a flight from Miami, Florida. Just touched down on runway 22 left. There's a lot of action going on here, lots of takeoffs, lots of wide bodies taking off here. So I need a second camera. I need an assistant helping me here. I think it's a little bit better when we shift the action here in Kennedy, at Kennedy Airport, towards the afternoon hours. I think that works out better. That's a 2 hours and 30 minutes flight. And I think they usually use their 747-8s on the routes to Asia. So I'm really happy to see a Dash 8 from them, or a Type 800. Usually here in the US we see from Cargolux the 747-400s. Oh, we just have another 330. That's Condor. That's Condor Team Stripes 330-900. Just landed from Frankfurt in Germany. Look at that. I try to catch everything possible, guys. Sorry when I'm too late for a plane, but then another highlight is somehow moving in or out of Kennedy Airport. So there's a lot going on. So I think the afternoon hours, they work way better than us starting the stream at like 10 o'clock in the morning. So really good. And we have another wide body takeoff. That should be Egypt Air 777-300 service to Cairo in Egypt. All right, that was a good one. And hello Sven. And hello Thomas. Egypt Air 777, absolutely. Hello Manuel. Hello AVS 47. Greetings to you. Hello Sue Mayor. Hello John, nice to see you. Long time no see. Hello Alexis. Welcome to Planes and Friends. Welcome to this beautiful Saturday afternoon stream. Sun is about to disappear a little bit, so we get a little bit more hazy conditions, a little bit more foggy conditions, but the good news is we will keep the southern winds, so hopefully it works out that we will have an entire 2-2 operations until the end of the stream at around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is the plan. That's what we want to do. Just got another landing. And we have another wide body coming in. That's Delta, flight 273, service from Lisbon in Portugal. Usually I'm a big fan of like sunny, nice conditions, but I tell you what, you can read your displays here on your set so much better when the sun disappeared. So, all right, that's a 330-900 Neo from Delta. All right, let me see what we have next. Next landing is going to be Viva from Mexico City with a 320-200. Let's get Viva in. And then next approach is going to be JetBlue flight 1902, service from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. That's just 45 minutes north of Miami. Great airport also for plane spotting. Great airport also for taking pictures, because they have, or well, at least they had in the past, they had the holes in the fence from the airport. From the airport. They were, at least they were, right, very supportive to Planespotting, and I think they still are. So Fort Lauderdale, north of Miami, 45 minutes north of Miami, absolute fantastic airport. I think there's another live streamer there. So, great airport. We have a private jet coming in here. That happens from time to time too. That's Air Spirit coming in from New York. Cessna Citation CJ2. That's rare, from New York. That's a repositioned flight. This is how it looks like. But the plane is too small for the camera, but I just see it on the app. So interesting, from New York to JFK, flight time's 25 minutes, and I can almost see the airport of New York from here. Can you imagine? This is how crowded all this New York airspace is. It's crazy. 25 minutes flight time from an airport I can almost see from this position here to JFK. And then behind that one we have Copa Airlines. So 737 MAX 9 next inbound. That's a flight from Panama City. We have two takeoffs, two smaller ones. And John says Korean A380 checking out for Seoul. Nice, a 380 departure. It's great. We also have Etihad here with a 380. So we will have two 380 departures and not too long from now. And thank you and welcome, Marcus. I haven't seen you yet, but you know what? I left my iPad at home, so I have to work with my phone. That means Flight Radar and the chat is going to be on my phone, a little bit back and forth. So welcome, Marcus, my moderator from Germany, from Dortmund in Germany. Thank you for your, I just saw an activity going on here. Thank you for stepping in, and thank you for keeping the chat clean. Sometimes we have to do it, I guess. And it's great to have moderators like Marcus. Say hello to him, giving some love. He's a great moderator. He's helping us to keep everything clean. That's fantastic. And he is by his sister, he says. By his smartphone. The world of smartphones, Marcus. The world of smartphones. It works. All right. We have another landing. Just touched down. That's Copa 737-9. That's a flight from Panama City. With a MAX. Looks like some stickers on it. Nice. Have a little bit of a heat haze on the airport, but I hope you can still see it. Yeah, it's getting a little bit hazier. I can show you over there where the skyline is. really slow so you don't get dizzy. But this is how currently the skyline looks like. Not much what you can see at the moment, and this is expected to come in a little bit later today, but hopefully it's gonna stay out for a little bit, and hopefully we stay clear. And we have another landing and also another takeoff. Frontier with a 320 Neo. I think their entire fleet should be Neos now. They might have a few 321s with the old engines, but I think most of their fleet should be Neos now. AVS 47 is from Munich. Hello to Munich. I was just here actually last night when I picked up my wife. She was on a 14 and a half hours flight with Korean Air from Seoul on the 777-300, and that's the first 777-300 with the new logo. New livery, right? But with a new logo. I would say with a new logo. It's a slightly revised livery. It looks beautiful. Just the logo should be in white. That's my opinion. In white, not in black. Or in dark blue. I think this is what it is. But it looks nice. So she was on that plane. And before she was on the Korean Air 330. So long flight from Asia. And I see the Korean 380 moving. gusts like last week, but 2 weeks ago the wind was really bad. So hopefully it's gonna stay nice and calm. And we expect rain at around 10 o'clock here at night, so 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, but we will be out by that time. We plan to go to 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. here Eastern Standard Time. That would be around midnight for you guys in Europe. While we see here Korean with a 380 getting ready, taxiing to runway 22 right. We also have Kenya Airways on the way to runway 22 right, and that's a fantastic come live the magic livery from Kenya Airways on the 787-8 Dreamliner coming up in just a few minutes. We also have All Nippon flight to Tokyo Haneda, taxiing to runway 22 right, flight 109 on a 777-300. So lots of good takeoff action in just a few minutes. And AVS 47 says highlight in London Heathrow today was 380s, landing one after another. Qatari, BA and Qantas. That's great. That's great. We will see an A380 taken off here shortly from Korean Airways. Flight back to Seoul in South Korea. I haven't checked the departure of the Global 380 yet from Berlin. How was it, guys? See here another landing. That's a Delta 321 Neo. That's flight 2840, service from beautiful Tampa in Florida. While while we wait for the Korean 380 to line up, runway 22 right, and then we have right behind ANA 777-300. It's gonna be good. Just got hit by a crazy wind gust here to take care of my equipment. Sorry guys. Looks like the wind is picking up a little bit. Need to be careful. Next departure will be JetBlue Flight 125 to Tampa. Here we go. Was just a 321 Neo from Delta coming in from Tampa, and now this the next departure, JetBlue 125 with an Airbus 320-200 to Tampa. Then let's go and get this 320 to Tampa. Alright, we don't want to waste any time. Let's go over to the big boy, to the Korean 380, and take off. Alright, that was Korean 380. Back to Seoul in North Korea. Next takeoff will be ANA 777-300 to Tokyo, Haneda. And after ANA will be Kenya Airways Flight 3 back to Nairobi with a 787-8 in special colors. And then we have another big boy behind the Kenya Airways. We have Japan Airlines Flight 5, also service to Tokyo Haneda, but now ANA 777-300. Next takeoff, Kenya Airways 787-8, special colors, flight back to Nairobi. Alright, next takeoff, Japan Airlines 350-1000, service to Tokyo Haneda. Perfect. Lots of action here. We have Swiss A330-300 landing on 22 left. All right, that was Delta Connection, CRJ 900. And we have another landing to your left. That's Delta 330. What is it? Let's see. That's a 330-300 from Athens in Greece. Whilst we see a 330-200 coming from Frankfurt in Germany. That's Delta Flight 107 on an 8 hours and 1 minute flight. So we are getting now more and more European traffic to come in. This one is a pretty old one. They are pretty worn. I flew them, I think, like 2 years ago. They are not the freshest anymore, I can tell you. All right, we have a 330 party over there. Here we go. Swiss and 2 Deltas. Look at that. Swiss and 2 Deltas. All right. What do we have on approach? We have Aeromexico, flight 408 from Mexico City on a 787-8 Dreamliner. Number, what is it? Number 2 for landing on 2 to the left. It's a 4 hours and 6 minutes flight. We're gonna get that one. We're gonna get that one soon. Let me see what you guys doing in the jet. And Spitz YT, welcome back. Long time no see. How are you doing? You were a regular viewer of the stream last year. I can clearly remember your name. I hope you're doing well. Crazy once you hibernate and don't go live anymore. You lose a ton of viewers. It's crazy. All right, next arrival for us is going to be Aeromexico Dreamliner 787 dash, what is it, 8? Is it a short one? Yes, it's a baby liner from Aeromexico. Let's go over. Landing. That's British 777-300 service from London Heathrow. British Airways. So another nice wide body taken off. Nice sky. Back to Bucharest. $330-200, and we have a big boy getting ready. Etihad 380 in the far distance, getting ready for the flight back to Doha. We want to stay with this one. He's number 2, or she will be number 2 for takeoff. Right? Airplanes are always she. Not he. Airplanes are she. So that's flight 2, 380-800. And takeoff right now is going to be another JetBlue 220-300. Let's gonna go with this one real quick, and then we're gonna go right back to the 380, to the king. All right, and Etihad is getting ready. 380. Currently lining up runway 22 right. Take off. All right, that was Etihad 380 back to Abu Dhabi, and we have Norse coming up for takeoff on a 787-9 Dreamliner, a flight to Athens. That's Norse flight 50. right, we will focus on north taking off. All the way in the distance. Take off, 22 right. North 787-9 on the way to Athens in Greece. Air India 350-900, look at that. On the way to right. Awesome. And John says, low-cost carrier, that's correct. Yes, low-cost carrier, that's correct. I think they're also gonna drop the Berlin route, I heard. From Berlin to, is it to Miami? We captured that one in December. So Thomas from Fluggesellschaft, he handed me over the plane after taking off in Berlin, and I filmed the plane 12 hours later. 12, I was shocked. 12 hours later, landing in Miami, Florida. That was absolutely crazy. That was a cool thing. And John, thank you. The 767-300 was a flight from Reykjavik in Iceland. And John says 93 degrees Fahrenheit currently in Abu Dhabi. Ooh, that's not my thing. All right, John, thank you. Much appreciated. This looks like Caribbean 737 MAX 8. To the Caribbean. Is it Wilhelmstadt? But for sure to a very nice destination. Alright, so number 2 for takeoff will be China Southern Cargo, a flight from JFK to Guangzhou. Here we go. To Guangzhou. That's a 777 freighter, though that's going to be most likely a long and a shallow takeoff on 22 right. It's going to be amazing. Looking forward to that one. And then we have also Air India 350-900 coming up to Delhi. That's flight 102, 350-900. And then we have another 767-400 from Delta coming up. It's flight 747 on the 767-400. And Spitz says north, right? They will cancel the USA routes from north in Berlin this winter season. Okay, interesting. Interesting. And AVS 47, Emirates A380 arriving in about 15 minutes. Awesome. Waiting for that one. While we have also lots of good takeoffs coming up. This China Southern to Guangzhou on a 777 freighter. So there's a lot of heat haze at the moment. It's getting warmer here, thank God. The winter was absolutely brutal. Super cold since, I would say, mid of December, right, until I would say 4 weeks ago. It was nasty cold here, especially when you are by the water. It is simply, it was too cold for me at least, right? We had another live streamer here pushing through in January and February, but that was not my cup of tea. Nothing for me. John, if you're watching, speedy recovery to you. I hope you're doing fine. Missing your streams from the Bay, but also from LaGuardia. Hope you're doing okay. It was China Southern to Guangzhou. Here we are. I love New York. JetBlue 320. I love New York. That's where we are. Kennedy Airport. Here we go. But now Air India 350-900 service to Delhi. What a beautiful livery, isn't it? I love it. I love the new Air India livery. That red is simply stunning. Yep, the water is coming up here. High tide. It's coming in. All right, let's check on the Emirates on the 380. Next arrival will be Delta Flight 546, service from Phoenix in Arizona on a 321 Neo. And then we have another 330-200 from Iberia coming in, number 2 for landing from Madrid. That's Iberia Flight 2. Nice. 330-200. Not many left anymore in the world. And then we have another big boy lining up runway 2 to right. And that's Delta Flight 747 on a 767-400 in just a few seconds. Here we go. Delta Flight 747, 767-400, service to Los Angeles, California. That's Iberia 330-200, service from Madrid. big boy, A380. Oh, this one came in. This one came in on 22 right. Interesting. Long landing. And let's go back to the 380. Hey, how are you guys doing?
Very good. Taking video of the airport?
Huh?
You're taking video of the airport?
Yes, live stream YouTube.
Oh yeah?
Yes.
Oh, nice. How much views do you have?
Huh?
How much views?
Subscribers? We're at 4,400.
It's like a big
Hey, how are you?
Oh, wow, what are you doing?
Good to see you.
What are you doing?
Live streaming on YouTube.
Oh,
live streaming? Oh wow.
Want to check out the channel Planes and Friends?
It's a sport?
So you're yeah. You're right.
Good, good.
Search it up.
Right. Planes and Friends. Planes and Friends. Next inbound, we have a CRJ 900 coming in from Indianapolis. Delta connection, CRJ 900. Well, we see here still JetBlue. And, of course, the big boy, Emirates 380. And let's catch another takeoff. Get some action here. Look at this guy, having some fun. Having some fun. Planes and boats. The wind is picking up a little bit. They're having a good time. That's fantastic. They are having a good time. All right, back to the airplanes. Back to the airplanes. This guy here, 320, 321, a Neo, Delta. Did you hear them yelling and screaming? Hello. I love it. I love it. Here in New York. Fantastic. All right. Cool. Let me see what's going on in the chat. I only have one device today. And we have Marco saying hi. Hello Marco. Jürgen Groß. Hallo Jürgen. And Samira Müller. Hallo Samira. Grüße nach Deutschland. Greetings to Germany. It's getting a little bit more hazy here now. Like a little bit of like foggier conditions. I think simply the air humidity is getting a little bit higher, but we are still fine, and we are planning to stay here till 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, we have here Emirates taxiing back to the gate. We have a few more arrivals. Number 3 will be Alaska, flight 113 from San Francisco, California on the 737-800. And then behind that one we have the next widebody, Virgin flight 45 from London Heathrow, 330-900 Neo. So the widebody activity is gonna kick up again. That's good. We need a little bit more from that one right now, right? How is the chat doing? Hazel, how are you doing? Welcome back. Yeah. Samira and Marcus, that's what you find out when you're like halfway here after 40 minutes in the car and you realize, I got a brand new iPad actually. So I had it the first time up last week, the M4. What is really fantastic, because not because it's faster, that's not the problem. I only basically use it for you know, for the app here for Flight Radar, and maybe to have YouTube running parallel to it. So the old one would be perfectly fine too. But the good thing is the display is much brighter, and especially when you are out in the sun, it makes such a big difference that you have a really bright display so you can see things. That's super important. So yeah, I left it at home. That's Jens. That's Jens. And Spitz YT says, next heavy after the Virgin A330 is the 380 Mike Hotel from Lufthansa. Fantastic. The flight from Munich. Thank you, Spitz YT. So the camera what I use, right? It's a Sony. I'm in love with that camera. It's not the newest anymore, but it is simply a fantastic camera. But the display is like, yeah, I think I have to look for something that gives me a little bit more shadow on the display, because it would really make a big difference in the way how you read things. And my streaming device, what is right next to my tripod, right? So I managed to build around a little bit of a sunscreen around, so at least I can see the display a little bit better. But when you're out in the full sun, which at the moment, right, at the moment when I'm talking to you about this, it's full sun. Yes, it could be a challenge, especially when your eyes are not the best anymore. So, but we're good. We're good. I got you guys covered. All right, next inbound, what we want to cover is Alaska 737-800 from San Francisco, California. That's a long ride. In the 737, low cost, no thank you. That's 5 hours and 16 minutes. So until you're at the gate, it's possibly 5.5 hours. In a 737, no. No frills, not my thing. But my wife actually, she flew back yesterday in economy from Seoul with Korean with a 777-300. She made it. She made it. God, 14.5 hours in economy. Wow. I mean, she has some great enthusiasm and some great spirit. So I think that was like, that was supporting her. But it wouldn't be my cup of tea. Too long of a flight time. All right, so next arrival, we're gonna go over to Virgin Atlantic. Come on, camera. Thank you. Virgin Atlantic 350, 330-900. Nice, 330-900. By the way, one of my favorite planes from London Heathrow. That's flight 45. And then right behind, the quad jet, the King 380 Lufthansa from Munich in Germany. also have another wide body getting ready for takeoff. It's Turkish cargo. Wow, 777. I think that's the first time we cover Turkish cargo on this channel. Let's see if that one works out, because we want to go over to Lufty 380 coming in from Munich. If my camera is supportive enough. Let's see. That's crazy. Hold on. Here we go. Sorry guys. This is what I was just talking about, right? When you can't see the display properly. All right, Lufthansa, flight 400. No. Flight 410. Service from Munich, 380. Now we are waiting for Turkish 777 cargo. Flight to Toronto, Canada. right, that was Turkish cargo to Toronto in Canada. And Lufty is waiting to cross runway 22 right with the next takeoff. That's China Airlines cargo service to Anchorage in Alaska. 777 freighter coming up in just a few seconds. I'm gonna park my camera on this bad boy here and waiting for China cargo call sign box coming up in just a few seconds. That was China cargo. So if you're new to this channel and you like what you see, when you like what you hear, please feel free to give us a like and a subscribe. It would help the channel grow a lot. Thank you very, very much. Obviously here Lufthansa 380, flight 410 from Munich, taxiing to the gate. Crossing now, runway 22 right. Next inbound is going to be our next heavy. It's KLM flight 641, service from Amsterdam with a 787-10 Dreamliner. All right, let's catch the KLM. There she is. Beautiful livery as well. Alright, next inbound, 767-300, Delta Flight 99, service from Geneva in Switzerland. And next inbound, Qatari Flight 6 from Doha, 777-300 in just a few seconds. All right, let's catch Qatari. Qatari, and the next arrival will be Delta Flight 231 with an Airbus 330-300s coming in from Rome. There he is. And next heavy coming in, Virgin 350 1000 flight, another flight from London Heathrow, and that's flight 9. All right, that's Virgin in the beautiful afternoon light. Let's go over next inbound, Delta 767-300. From Dublin in Ireland. We have more inbound traffic. Next inbound, another 767, but this time it's a 400, Delta flight 979 from Los Angeles, California. In just a few seconds. This is New York, this is Kennedy Airport, this is Planes and Friends. If you like what you see, please feel free to leave a like and a subscribe. It would help the channel grow. Just checking, we have another Alaska Airlines, a 737-900 coming in, flight 24 from San Diego in California. That's a 5 hours flight. If this is hopefully one of the special color liveries what they have, but unfortunately not. So the next European inbound will be Scandinavian flight 923 from Oslo in Norway. We see here this Delta 767-400 from Los Angeles, California, in the beautiful evening or afternoon light. We also have Avianca Colombia flight 210 coming in like a few minutes. 320-200 Neo from Bogota in Colombia. And then we have another heavy inbound, Air France flight 6 on a 777-300 from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Yep, a few good departures would be great. Let me see what's going on there. Just smaller ones, but you know what? Let's get this one. Come on, let's get some action here. JetBlue. All right. Let me check the chat real quick. I only have one device today. Sorry, guys. So jumping back and forth, right? John says coast to coast flight. Yes, it was the 767-400. Absolutely. And AVS 47 says next heavy arrive should be the Air France 777 from Paris in about 10 minutes. Thank you for that. Perfect. And John confirmed it was a Virgin 350-1000, the big boy. And Spitz said, I have a shine the light video with me in the Mike Hotel shining the light. Spitz, are you flying out of that one, or did you came in that one? Or are you planning to go on the Mike Hotel? Let me know real quick in the chat, because we want to see what we can do here. And John says Atlas 747-400, yes, from Anchorage in a few minutes. Perfect, absolutely great. So Air France is coming 2 to the left, Alaska is coming in 2 to right. And then behind the Air France 777 will be Atlas GTI 8241 from Anchorage in Alaska. Our next inbound here, SAS Scandinavian flight 923 and a 321neo from Oslo in Norway. Well, I guess we have to get used to the 321s, right, flying across the Atlantic. JetBlue, they offer a flight to Amsterdam, I guess. I might want to check that one out because Jens is gonna fly to Germany in July, around mid-July, right? And let's see, maybe I want to look into the JetBlue one to Amsterdam, but they also fly to Paris, to Charles de Gaulle. We have also to Newark, Daily Air Company. I think they're flying from Nice in France to Newark. It's a beautiful livery too. I see her flying over our house every single day. It's a beautiful livery. They used to come here with 757-200s, but since they have their new 321neos, they changed to these neos. What a beautiful afternoon light, isn't it? Fantastic, I love it. All right, next arrival is going to be Avianca 320neo. And then we will go over in a second to the Air France 777-300 from Paris. All right, let's catch the 777. But nothing beats the Queen 747-400 Atlas Air from Anchorage in Alaska. full flaps. Nice. And we have another heavy inbound on 22 right. Fantastic. American flight 45. Another flight from Paris with a 777-200. Some nasty wind gusts here, guys. But sorry guys, it was almost my live stream device falling and tripping over. Sorry, it was a bad wind gust. The wind is picking up definitely. So sorry, I just have to adjust everything. It was almost falling into the water. I just wanted to talk about how beautiful it is to still see the 747-400s around, right? Before that wind gust hit my tripod, I like really hard. The tripod was about to completely fall over and fall into the water, so I just catched it. That's when you spot outside by the water, by the bay. And that's life. See here, Atlas taxiing over to the cargo apron. That's why they usually, when we have 3-1 operations, they usually come in 3-1 right, so they can proceed straight to the cargo ramp. But now inbound, American 777-200 from Paris, landing on 26 right. Guys, you see it by the water. The waves are getting a little bit higher. The water is getting a little bit rougher. So wind is definitely picking up. Next inbound, American, another American. Well, I have lost. Sorry, I'm fighting against the wind here. Jens trying his best. This one is coming from Barcelona in Spain, 777-200. Another 2-6 right landing. Was 777 from Barcelona, from American Airlines. It was a 7 hours and 54 minutes flight. Very windy now, very gusty. So I have to hold either my head or the tripod where my streaming device is on. Either or. That was DHL 767-300, a flight from Milan. And Hazel says hello. Hello, Hazel. How are you doing? Long time no see. And we have another landing. This is Lot from Warsaw, 787-8, the baby liner. Lot Polish Airlines. We haven't covered this one here in JFK a lot, so nice to see this one. You could better get it in Los Angeles, LAX. I think it arrives around noontime, but here it's the afternoon hours. Lot Polish Airlines from Warsaw. See how rough the water is? And that's not just because the ship is moving. It's very gusty, very windy here. And we have another Norse coming in, runway 22 right. We go over in just a few seconds, coming in from London Gatwick. Planes and ships. You can have it here at the bay at Kennedy Airport. Absolutely great. All right, let's see if we can catch the Norse coming in here from London Gatwick. Runway 22 right, I think also fighting the wind gust a little bit. Oh yeah, they are fighting the wind. Look at that. What's that? Did you hear it? Someone is blowing the horn. What we have here, Norse going long. Norse going long. 787-9. Awesome. And we have another inbound on 26 right. Right next to the bark. What was that? Looks like we have a lot of 26 right arrivals right now. Less taxi time, less runway crossing, while it's a race against the bark. Neos. Alright, the bark is gonna block the picture in just a second. Here she comes. Ah, that's New York. That is New York. Sorry guys, nothing what I can do here. Here, there's the captain. Completely relaxed. All right, that's Kennedy. Next arrival, another heavy American, flight 199 from Milan, Malpensa. And that's another 2-6 right landing. But you know what? Better than a 2-6 right landing is a 2-6 left landing. That's Qantas 787-9 Dreamliner. Sorry guys. Go over real quick to Etihad. I think that one just landed. No, Etihad is here, approaching runway 26 right. Here it is. I'm sorry guys, I couldn't see the display properly. Etihad from Abu Dhabi, 787-9 Dreamliner. Back-to-back arrivals at the moment. And we have, it looks like we have a full day of the 2-2s being active. Fantastic. and we catch the 380 taken off like an hour ago from 22 right. Was fantastic. Next inbound, Delta flight 405 from San Francisco, California. 767-300 in just a few seconds. What we see here, Etihad 787-9 Dreamliner from Abu Dhabi, taxiing to the gate. All right, real quick, I need to see what's going on in the chat. I only have one device today. Sorry for that, guys, but sometimes it is what it is. Lufty Queen to Frankfurt. Pushback, thank you, Spitz. Let me see where she is. Yep. Thank you, John, for your updates. I only have one device today. It's a little bit back and forth, but we'll get the job done, right? Also, thank you, AVS 47, for your updates. They are much appreciated. We will be here for another 2 hours until 6 p.m. That's the plan for today, Eastern Time. Watch the waves, absolutely. With the waves you can see how windy it is. That's a little bit the downside of it, but you know what? It's still beautiful sunshine. The skyline over there, it's covered literally in fog, and here, that's the skyline currently. Not a very nice view, but right, it is what it is. Here at the airport by the water, it's great. So we enjoy the weather here, while we see here in a second Delta taxiing. $67,300. These workhorses, they ride them. They ride them till they fall apart. That's crazy. I think for them it's really time to get also new aircraft. But Delta is known to really fly everything out of their aircraft. They still operate the 717 out of Atlanta, flying into Newark. They still have some 757s in the fleet, which is great. I hope you let him go. Let him go.
He's stuck on my line.
Oh. Alright guys, I had to intervene with a fisherman. He has currently, I don't want to show you that, he has a bird on his fish line. I was yelling over to him to let him go. He said the bird is stuck on his line, so he's gonna currently get the line out of the bird. Gonna watch him. I don't like any harm to animals. That shouldn't be the case, but I think he's good. He's just trying to get the animal freed from the fish line and hopefully set him up pretty quick. All right, next inbound over there. Delta 321. We just talked about Delta, right? How they literally use their aircraft really well. Yeah, he let the duck go, thank God. Don't let Jens step in. How can a duck get stuck in a fish line? I mean, I don't know. I don't want to dig any further. It was a duck, Hazel. It was a duck. Alright, let's get this one. This is American Flight 2. A321-200. Service from another one from Los Angeles, LAX. JFK to LAX is the most frequent route here at JFK. Around 200 flights per week. Around 200 flights per week. American, Delta, JetBlue. Let me see, we get a little bit more action. Sorry guys, we get a little bit more action on the lineup side for runway 22 right. So we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 aircraft lining up or waiting for takeoff on 22 right. So there's more action, more departing action coming soon. Next for takeoff will be JetBlue. Service to Orlando in Florida. The Disney shuttle. All right, next inbound, next heavy inbound will be Eva Air Cargo 777 freighter from Anchorage in Alaska. Just a few seconds. Number 2 for landing on 22 left. All right, let's go over 777 Eva Air Cargo from Anchorage in Alaska. Exiting to left early. Eva Air has to turn around, doing a 180 back to the cargo terminal. That's a nice cargo visitor. And we have the next heavy inbound, Swiss Flight 14 from Zurich in Switzerland. Number 2 for landing. All right. Then we have after Swiss, we have a JetBlue 321neo from Amsterdam. We just talked about it. That's an 8 hours flight. Wow. They have quite some range now. That's crazy. And after that one we have another JetBlue, but that's a 321-200 in the new JetBlue mint livery colors coming in from Cancun in Mexico. Delta 33900 Neo. Let's go over to Swiss. $330-300 from Zurich in Switzerland. All right, they both have to wait for runway crossing. That's a nice shot. All right, we have more heavies coming in. 777-300 from British Airways in just a few minutes from London Heathrow, the most frequent route, whilst the tripod was about to trip over again. These wind gusts are all really crazy. One second, guys. I just need to rearrange the tripod to avoid falling completely over. It's too dangerous. I need to sit it more flat on the ground. Alright. Alright, should be more stable now, hopefully.
Same thing happened to me yesterday.
At least now I can focus to hold my head instead of the tripod and the head. Alright. And we have Benedict. Hello. Hello all. In the chat. You are Klaus from Germany. In Spalt. Hello, Klaus. Welcome to Planes and Friends. If you're new here, feel free to give us a like and a subscribe. Would be amazing to help the channel growing. Whilst your host is fighting the wind gusts here. Well, Swiss and Eva Air Cargo are still waiting to cross runway 22 right. All right, Marcus, thank you very much for your support. I heard you're driving to Disneyland in Paris. Thank you so much for your stream. Sorry I couldn't read it earlier, as I have to switch back and forth between the flight radar devices and the YouTube stream to see what's going on in the chat. Thank you so much for your support. Much appreciated. Have fun in Paris. Whilst we have the next landing, British Airways 777-300 from London Heathrow in just a few seconds. There she is. That's the most frequent destination from JFK, London Heathrow. That's the racetrack. That's the transatlantic racetrack. I don't know how many flights a week. Not as much as, of course, to Los Angeles, but a lot. Let's take this one, get some action here. Delta connection. Yeah, not a big fan of backlit shots, but it is what it is, right? Swiss and Eva are still waiting to cross the runway. All right, slamming the brakes. All right, need to have an eye on Lufty. She's number 2. See here, lots of action. Taxiway action for the moment. All right, Lufty number 2. That's flight 401 with Tango Lima, 747-400. I need to bring my iPad next time. It's God, it's back and forth. It's crazy. So I'm sorry, guys, if I can't read much what's going on in the stream. Let's hop back. What's going on in the stream? Yep, John Tango Lima. Next departure. It's actually number 2. 150 flights to JFK from London Heathrow a week. That is crazy. Only like 50 short than what JFK has to LAX in average, right? And Spitz's Lufty Queen will be taken off from 22 right. Absolutely, number 2. Some inbounds. We have Aer Lingus 321 Neo from Shannon. It's a 6 hours and 39 minutes flights from Shannon. Wow. And We have Lufty lining up. There she is, Lufty 747-400. Lined up on runway 22 right, waiting for takeoff clearance. We have another American 737-800 departing at the moment. And Lufty has to move because there is inbound traffic on 22 right. Here she go. And take off. 747-400. Enjoy. Back to Frankfurt. Have a safe trip. Have a safe flight. We see here Aer Lingus Airbus 321neo from Shannon. Alright, next arrival, next widebody arrival on 22 right will be American flying 235 from Rome, Fiumicino. Really nasty. Need to lower this one here a little bit. Swivel it. All right. Alright, and we have next arrival Aeromexico 737 MAX 8 from Mexico City, and right behind we have Delta flight 157. That's a 330-900 coming in from Accra in Ghana. And we have Emirates getting ready 380, the big boy. We have beautiful ITA. Number 2 for takeoff. Let's go real quick to Delta 330-900. Service from Accra. Emirates on the move, 380. And then we want to have a look on ITA, taking off shortly. There we go. ITA back to Rome. Yeah, these wind gusts are really heavy, so sorry guys, but I have to deal with it. Now we see here the big boy Emirates 380 taxiing. It's good. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 currently waiting for the lineup on runway 22 right. What's going on with the Emirates? Where are they going to? Where are they heading? I think they're getting... Are they getting pushed? Pulled? Weird. Don't see him on the flight radar. So, looks like they're gonna just put him into a remote position. Yep. Spitz, the Emirates has no transponder signal. That's correct. I think they're gonna just pull him to a remote stand and get him ready for the flight back in the evening. This is how it looks like to me at the moment. There's a remote stand. I think that's where they park him. WestJet Canada, look at that. Next inbound on 22 left will be a nice one, Royal Jordanian from Amman in Jordan, 787-8 Dreamliner, and that is an 11 hours and 12 minutes flight. Let's go over. Royal Jordanian. It's a beautiful livery too. What do you think, guys? Do you like the livery, Royal Jordanian? I love it. All right, how are you guys doing in the chat? Everything okay? Let me jump back, see what's going on there. Okay, Jordanian livery looks really stunning. I absolutely agree. I like that dark gray mixed with the golden accents. Absolutely on point. Delta 330 from Tel Aviv, going to 22 left, and American 777 from Heathrow on 22 right. Thank you very much. And John says, remote parking for the Emirates 380. That was my guess. That was my guess too. Yeah. Go. Delta. Delta 33900, beautiful evening light or late afternoon. It's 4:36 Eastern time here, PM in New York. You're watching a live stream from Kennedy Airport here in New York. And we're a little bit lucky here because when I look over to the skyline of Manhattan, it's a little bit foggy over there, but it looks like here at JFK Airport, the fog is still coming over, so that's good. Stay over there, fog. Don't come over. Don't come over. Right, let's see what's going on here. John, I guess we had to Barcelona inbound, and you said Delta 76 to Berlin. Check it out. All right, flight to Berlin. That's nice. Let's see what's coming in. We have another JetBlue coming in. Flight 2592 from Miami, Florida. 2.5 hours of flight time. 2 hours and 31 minutes. And then we have behind that one, we have another, it looks like a heavy. Yes, we have Delta 169, a 330-300 coming in from Barcelona. Nice, 330-300 from Barcelona. That's Delta Flight 169. that 330 is 8 years old. So that should be, well, let me think about. That should be one of the youngest 330-300s out there. Maybe someone can look it up. When they started building the 330-900, the Neos. But that's for sure one of the younger ones. Looks like we have Swiss moving. Noisy Delta. Continuing, taxiing to the gates. And we have another heavy inbound in just a few minutes. Of course, Virgin Flight 127 from Manchester in the UK. 330-300. It's a lot of 300s, 330 here at JFK. That's great. And then we have the next inbound here on 22 left. It's going to be JetBlue Flight 1174. Service from Nashville in Tennessee with an A220-300. Right behind we have Delta Flight 1822 from Santiago's Los Caballeros. 737-900. And then after that one we have Virgin Flight 127 330-300 from Manchester. And the next after that one, the next heavy inbound after that one will be Delta Flight 209 from Edinburgh. 767-300. Let's see how the takeoff looks like. We have Swiss LX17, Swiss Flight 17 back to Zurich. Currently lining up on runway 22 right, so that's gonna be our next departure we will cover. And next inbound. Oops, here we go. Swiss taking off back to Zurich. In our stream 2 weeks ago we had a 340 actually. Wind is starting to pick up again. We see Condor moving in the back. That's nice. 33900 getting ready. The Neo flying back to Frankfurt. That might be an option too in July for my flight to Germany. Thinking about Condor. What do you guys think? Condor is always an option. Let me see, Condor is number 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5. And we see in the background also Aer Lingus getting ready. Inbound Delta, another Delta. Can you tell it's a Delta hub? Can you tell it's a Delta hub? Here we go. That's flight 209. Service from Edinburgh. 767-300. Gives us some time until we can cover Condor, taking off to Frankfurt, and Aer Lingus 330, 300. It's going to be nice departures. When that must be the airport here with one of the most 330 operations. That's crazy. Virgin Atlantic, Iberia, ITA, Condor, Swiss. Just 5. 5 that come into my mind. We also see Level from time to time, but I think they operate for Iberia. Not much cargo going on here on Saturday. That's a bummer. My allergies are kicking in too. All right. I mean, you can literally detect the Condor 330-900 from, like, I don't know how many miles away this is. I mean, I've zoomed all the way in. These are 600 millimeters, right? But it really stands out. That marketing company did a fantastic job, let me tell you. They did a fantastic job. All right, they are next for takeoff. It's Romeo Hotel. And then right behind that one we have Aeromexico 787 Babyliner -8 flying back to Mexico City. But we're gonna focus now on Condor 330-900 Neo back to Frankfurt and take off. Well, this Delta CRJ 900 stealing the show. Still sitting on the runway, Condor. Today it's a beige beach livery. Nice. All right, there she goes. 330-900, back to Frankfurt. Right, Condor flying back to Germany. Next departure will be Aeromexico with 787-8 Dreamliner back to Mexico City. And after that one, we have Shamrock Aer Lingus Flight 104 to Dublin. All right, Aeromexico is spooling up. There he goes. See Iberia, look at that. And next takeoff, Aer Lingus. Yeah guys, now the backlit party starts, right? Not a big fan of backlit. And we have another Aer Lingus coming in from Manchester. Look at that, it's Aer Lingus time. Wow. Another, guys, you guessed it, Airbus 330-300. Fantastic, it's Aer Lingus time, absolutely. They fly from Manchester in the UK. This one is actually operated by Aer Lingus UK. I wasn't aware that they have a UK division of their airline. Look at that. Next takeoff. Alaska. Back to the west coast. much backlit. I don't like it. The wind gusts. The nasty wind gusts. Alright, next departure, Delta Flight 5077 to Charlotte in North Carolina. And then after that one, we have a heavy taking off. Air France Flight 1 to Paris. So that's not Air Force 1, that's Air France 1. JFK to Paris. Let me go there real quick. See what you guys doing in the chat. Alright, AVS 47 says next speaker arrivals Delta 767 from Venice, 8 minutes. Brussels, nice, 3:30 from Brussels in 15 minutes, and they might have some delay. Air Europa, nice, 787 from Madrid, and Delta 767 from Nice. She said, we had that topic today at Thomas Lugesellschaft. You have to have a UK office to be able to have non-charter flights. It's interesting. From the UK to the US or to the European Union, because Global Airlines does not have a UK office. All right. That's interesting. Because Global Airlines does not have a UK office, but they want to operate from the UK, right? Preferably from London Heathrow to JFK. Interesting. So I don't know, Global Airlines, I don't know what you guys think about that thing, but in my understanding, this is the, how do I phrase it correctly? I think this is the most expensive misunderstanding in aviation history. That's what I think Global Airlines is. It's spectacular, right? And hopefully these guys make more than 2 flights coming here to JFK. Hopefully, right? But in the end, how much is an A380 an hour? Is it $35,000 an hour? An A380? That is crazy. That is crazy. I mean, must be a high optimism. Must be a high optimism. So, okay, all right. Let's go to Air France. Air France 1. Flying back to Paris. Air France 1. Not Air Force 1. Air France 1. Yeah, right. That gear up felt quick. I think so too. So, not many people in that thing. Next takeoff is going to be Iberia Flight 212. Back to Madrid, 3:30-200. Here we go. We're going to stay with Iberia. All right, Iberia, back to Madrid in Spain. Lineup is getting pretty full. Let's see if we have some interesting ones. JetBlue to Fort Myers, Florida. Delta 352 to San Diego, California with a 321 Neo, and then number 3 is a widebody, Delta 767-400, another flight to Los Angeles. Behind that one we have Delta 92, and this one is going to Berlin in Germany. Greetings to Thomas from our partner channel Fluggesellschaft. If you haven't checked his channel out, it's German English speaking channel based out of Berlin, but Thomas is traveling a lot all over Germany. He was covering yesterday he was covering the arrival of the Global Airlines A380. Please feel free to check out the footage on his channel from that arrival, and if memory serves me right, this 380 departed today in the morning from Berlin. So pretty interesting. It was a pretty good stream yesterday. I watched it. Very well done, Thomas. Loved the stream. Also great. Lots of viewers yesterday on that stream. I mean, Global Airlines is a brand new airline starting off with a 380. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, it is what it is. All right. Let me see. What do we have on arrival? Anything interesting on arrival? We have Brussels, flight 501, number 2 for landing. And Spitz says, the global start or takeoff today to Gatwick was epic, and Thomas had nearly 4,000 viewers. That is crazy. Congratulations. Well deserved. That's fantastic. That's good to hear. Alright guys, you know what, let's call it a day. Ending a little bit earlier. Traffic is not, like, airline wise, not as great. I know we have a lot of departures, but I struggle here a little bit also with not having a second device with me, so I cannot really be very interactive between you guys and what I see on Flight Radar. Sorry for that. It's gonna be for sure different next time. So we're gonna go for 2 more planes. That's gonna be Delta 767, right? Service 2. What is it? Is it Berlin or Los Angeles? And the last one is gonna be Brussels. Another 330. Here we go, right? Number 6. Number 6, Brussels. 330, 300. That's gonna be our last plane for today. John says 27 years old. To Berlin, the Delta flight, the 767 to Berlin. I think the one who's taken off right now. You can hear the CFM 6 engines roaring. Well, we have a pretty silent touchdown with Brussels A330 300. Hey, John. I was talking about you earlier. How are you doing, man? Long time no hear, long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Greetings over to you. You said you watched the radar. Some rain coming. Yes, John, that's exactly the reason, or one of the reasons why I call it a day, though the Brussels one is going to be the last plane of the day. And I also forgot to bring my iPad, so I only have my phone here to switch back and forth between flight radar and the jet here. So, yeah. All right. So it was a beautiful day, right? A little bit windy, a little bit gusty. So need to hold my head, and had to adjust my tripod here to avoid that my streaming device will be not falling into the water. Windy day, but a great day of spotting. This is New York. This is Kennedy Airport. This is Planes and Friends. If you're new here, please feel free to like and subscribe to the channel. We will be live. Let me see, next week Saturday. It needs to be like the weather needs to be okay, like there can't be any rain, because I don't want to put this equipment here in danger. Quite some money being exposed here to the elements. So when next Saturday will be okay, otherwise we will be live again next Saturday here from Bayswater State Point Park. Bayswater Point State Park, that's the right definition. As of now, thank you very much for tuning in. Also, thank you to my moderator Marcus, who helped out really good. He's on the way to Disney, to Paris tomorrow. So, lots of fun for you in Paris tomorrow. And good night from New York. And I'll hopefully see you again next week, Saturday. Thank you. Bye-bye.